Okie dokie. I need a minute. Steam's Tuesdays are not good, so I still have to download the game on my PC, and it might take a minute. So yippee. Oh, yeah, Kool-Aid. So, Unbridled, basically what it does is reduces your skill cooldowns by 50%. And that works with Overclock now for Engineer. And so if you have 80% skill cooldown, which is your cap, you can actually bring it to 90% with Unbridled. It's like 50% off what your total cooldown is. So you go from like, if you had a 8-second cooldown, you go to 4 seconds. And then if you're also running Invoker skills will trigger the last 10% on use, so you have infinite skill uses that time, or that way. I can't talk yet. Anyway, but anyway, so like for Warden Engineer, if you're running skill cooldown stuff for Overclock anyway, you can just run Unbridled and have Overclock's cooldown be like 2 seconds, and so you basically have infinite MO and Overclock anyway. So I don't see the point to running infinite Nerudian energy when you could just have infinite Overclock. Because it's not like you need the drone to be up infinitely. Like, it's not that big of a deal for the drone. Plus, people who play Engineer without Overclock, they're not playing Engineer. Hey, I think it updated. All right, let me see if it works. And then we can start. So much to do. Okay. Oh, what's overclock? So overclock, here, I'll show you. I'm gonna get into the game now. So for engineer, their prime perk is called overclock. It's called high tech, I guess, but really, it's overclock. And what this does is allows you to ramp up your heavy carry or your turret. It gives you infinite ammo, increased fire rate, and increased damage. And it's got a cooldown and duration. But you can bring the cooldown to like fucking 2 seconds, and this thing already grants infinite ammo anyways, and increased damage for all your turrets and heavy carries. So like if you have it, like you could do normal damage. Oops. So you can just sit here and do normal damage, like cool, 223s. Or you can overclock it, and then you can do it way faster, way harder. And so typically when you play engineer, you always want to be overclocking. And even your turrets can be overclocked. So yeah, like overclocking is great. And so rather than go infinite Nerudian energy, you could just go skill cooldown with Unbridled as well, and bring the cooldown to like fucking nothing, and always have overclock. So you don't need infinite ammo, because overclock grants infinite ammo anyway. Anyhoozles. So, with the patch, they changed everything, and so I'm gonna have to go through all my builds and tweak the stuff that needs tweaking. So, I guess I'm gonna go down the list of my builds I currently have before I gotta figure out which ones I gotta delete to make room for like a Bulldog build or something like that. Plasma Cutter didn't run Nebula already. That's interesting. Okay, so nothing changed on Plasma Cutter. Corrupted Savior also running Devour Loop doesn't get changed. Good to know. I like that. Okay, Nightfall. We're not allowed to run Nebula anymore, which sucks because you can't do anything while you're in Nightfall mode. So Nebula was a great way to have like corrosion constantly on an enemy. And now it only lasts 5 seconds, and that's not very good. So we'll have to figure out something else to do for Nightfall, which honestly the easiest answer would be just swapping to Corrupted Rune Pistol so that you can run Death Brand so you can get 10% more damage, which is effectively getting corrosion on an enemy. And this lasts... How long does this mod actually last though? Death Brand, I guess 15 seconds or something. And we'll probably just stick Fetid Wounds on that, so if we ever swap to it and shoot, we can get 10 seconds of corrosion. It's not very much, probably not worthwhile, but I think Death Brand's the next best thing rather than run Nebula. Let's see. How long does this fucking last? This is a long ass time, holy shit. That's like 40 seconds. Okay. I mean that's what chocolate. Alright, so we'll stick to that, I guess. Nightfall Nebula is now Nightfall Corrupted Rune Pistol. Hey Kelmer. Yeah, I have Chakra. I have Chakra because this is the Nightfall build. I fucking love Nightfall. So, you definitely need Chakra. So, this is good. Okay, so, Shotgun Swapper. Now, Forward Shotgun got 2 more ammo in the reserves, which probably doesn't do much for us. Oh, actually, I gotta check the patch notes. Let's see here. Let's see, where's my patch notes? Game keeps being ass in multiplayer. How so? Like disconnects or what? Let's see. I'm looking at other handguns to run with Shotgun Swapper so I can free up deep pocket rings and then reload transpose. I'm trying to see if there's something else that would work. But not too many handguns got buffed. Sure Shot definitely wouldn't work. I thought Rupture Cannon would have gotten something, but it doesn't look like it. No, Rupture Cannon didn't get buffed. Alright, let me try this. So basically before, this patch allowed me to get Sharpshooter with these. Nice. Oh, yeah, that sounds like multiplayer. Alright, so before I was actually falling off with the scatter gun with the swapper setup, and I'm gonna see if the 2 extra rounds really help that. Oh, actually, no, I'm still running provisioners. Okay. So, not that these really help. Let's see here. Yeah, okay, so it looks like Scattergun's keeping up through the reload, so that's good. Now, I did lose Sharpshooter, lose a little damage off of Sharpshooter, so that kind of sucks. So I did lose a little bit of damage on the build, but I don't think there's enough to make me want to swap out. Coach Guns, or not Coach Gun, Shotgun's fine. Well, for a shotgun swapper build, I don't think there's going to be a better alternative to Sharpshooter. Master Killer, technically better if you always land weak spots, but I don't know about anything else. Because the increased mag size isn't going to help shotgun swapper setup if running like size matters. So I don't need to change anything there, I don't think. Now, Coach Gun. Do I still have the size matters fragment? No. Oh, I do. So Coach Gun got a decent reload buff, and I was using this before as the half Sidewinder swapper, but I'm wondering if it's good enough to run on its own now. So I don't need Onyx Pendulum, as I would want something else just to test out like a Coach Gun setup. Yeah, Cowboy, there was a lot of shakeup for sure. They gutted Monolith and Nebula, so pretty much all my builds have to get changed now. I'm trying to think. So if I'm running around Coach Gun Overflow, well, Gunslinger Charm kind of have to. It's too good. And then if we're doing just Coach Gun, I'll probably just keep Probability Cord on for the time being. Just, well, no, it's actually not that good. What is a good generic alternative for now? Whatever. Actually, it's fine. I just want to test stuff. Alright. We gotta see what does Coach Gun feel like with Extender. Oh, actually, I don't want Sidewinder either. I would want Bullet Storm. Oh, and of course, I didn't swap back from Swapper. I'm gonna need something for like the offhand to do too. With Nebula's Nanoswarm being gutted, I don't know if it's a good thing to just throw out. Oh, duh. We're going to the next thing. It's gonna be fucking Corrupted Pistol and Fetid Wounds. Oh, that's right. I mean, 8k DPS isn't bad. That's weak spots, though. It's about 7.5 over 200k. That's not terrible. I wonder if Bandit would be better with double mag size. About the same, 8K. 7.5 over 200. Alright. I mean, that's still pretty good on its own. Like, it's pretty good. You didn't get a chance to play the Monster Hunter beta? Yeah, I didn't really feel like it. I don't know, it's just... PC and mouse and keyboard in Wilds was not doing too good. Now, the other thing I wanted to try is, could we do straight up Bulldog over Coach Gun now? Bulldog would still want to have overflow. Leaking gemstones to sustain mod for free reload. I feel like we got to do something to compensate for Bulldog's just atrocious reload speed. And I don't know why I'm thinking of using Lanyard. I wonder if we do Lanyard Bandit. There's no way that's gonna hold up, right? Oh, I'm still on double clip size though. I mean, that's good, but Coach Gun's like 1,000 DPS more. Alright. So that's double clip size. Lanyard also, I don't think Lanyard does enough. Well, reload. Let's go back to Gunslinger real quick. If I can go to 9k DPS, that will be good. The reload is so bad on that. Alright, so 8.3k over 200,000 damage. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Now, was that better than running Sharpshooter? Why do I have fucking mod crit? Do I rip meta gunfighter? Okay, this one. Oh, mod crits for the mod swapper. Gotcha. What do the clones do on the Alepsis Tora fight? I have no fucking idea. I just keep shooting Alepsis Tora. Alright. Maybe fire rate would also be a better thing to run. No, you don't actually want fire rate because you're going to have to reload more. Fire rate's kind of bait as I go and grab more fire rate. I think I want crit though. What's my crit chance? It would be 10. Well, it will be 10, 15, 20, 30, 45. Not high, actually. Not high. What if we do momentum and corrosive rounds? Just testing the Bulldog for now. Ugh, the reload. Alright, so this is 9k DPS over 200k, so this is actually really good. Okay, so Bulldog is pumping 9k that way through a crit setup rather than going fire rate. Yeah, exactly, Kelmir. Like, I like having fire rate, but you're going to chew through so much ammo and you have to reload so much more. That's why I really like Gunslinger Charm, because it does both the fire rate and the reload speed to back you up. Oh, I fucking love this amulet. It's so good. I kind of wish corrosive rounds or the ammo mods last a shorter duration so I can get more reloads out of them. Challenger secondary. Yeah, because you don't want... Well, Gunslinger gives a lot of reload speed, fire rate, and 20% reload when your mag's empty. That's a lot of fucking reload. You could run Challenger. Rampage is cool. I don't like the uptime on Rampage at all. Like, you lose so much downtime having to, like, activate the Berserk. It's just, ugh. Yeah, like, it's not better. And then it falls off and you just don't have it anymore. Yeah, I mean, it's not any worse. It's a little bit less damage, but Challenger's thing's also only in a 10-meter radius. It's like, it's good, but it's not better than running Gunslinger. Gunslinger's reload speed is really fat. I don't think loaded is the way to do it. I wonder if we could do Sidewinder on it. How does Extender work with it? I mean, you could run Extender, but momentum is so much... I don't know. I feel like if you're going to run Extender, you might as well run Bandit, because Bandit also increases fire rate. I wonder if you could run Sidewinder to bypass the reloads. Yeah, it drops the DPS quite a bit. The problem isn't so much that the like the mag is good, it's just that you have to reload, and that's bad. Even with the 20% reload, ugh. There's so much reload speed you have on like Gunslinger and Fragments and... Yeah, reload speed on Fragments. Let's see. What if we do... I like the Momentum Corrosion, because that's a lot of crit and crit damage. Hi, Juggernaut. Let me think. Fire rate, I don't think is the way to go with Bulldog, just because you're going to end up sitting on reloads more often. But if we run Sidewinder, if we do half Sidewinder, like what we did with Coach Gun before... We would have to lose Corrupted Rune Pistol. I guess it's only 10% damage. Oh no! Would that work? I guess it would, yeah. I don't know how to do this. I think I can stick with Pistol. Alright, let me just see here. Because before, what we did is we ran Hidden Power so that we would only have to reload on Bulldog, so we would finish all the Sidewinder into that, so we don't have to reload this weapon. So, we're going to try... It's definitely more DPS. And it's 10k over 300k. That's a lot. Actually, sharpshooter and size matters is pretty close, Carlos. Let's see. Sidewinder lasts so long if you don't use it on both your guns. I did lose a lot of damage though. Plus almost 1,000 DPS. Sidewinder's still on though. Huh. Not great. I guess if we're running Sidewinder to stop the reload, the extra magazine size doesn't help you at all. So, swap speed, which we do have, definitely helps if you're going to swap in and out of Rune Pistol. And that does help you keep your mod up on your Rune Pistol. I mean, again, that's not bad. It's just a weird play style. I don't know if I want to do... It's not bad. I don't know. Like, it's good. It's definitely better than running Coach Gun on the same setup. Like, doing the half Sidewinder. Rather than Coach Gun, you just run Bulldog. Just pure Bulldog. You just bypass that reload. Now if that's the case, if we're gonna do that, what if we did... Oh, we have hidden power. Oh man. Because we don't need the reload speed off Gunslinger Charm. What if we did Nightweaver's Grudge and Atonement Fold? And do this normal setup that everything runs. But we don't have... No, yeah. Abrasive would be great. At least this gives us haste. Gotta pause there for a second. It's not really any better. Fire rate's just really good. If you're not going through the reload process, I just was hoping that the haste that it provided, being 7%, wasn't going to be that much of a loss, going, losing 15% there. You think Atonement's the wrong play because of Corrosive Shot? How does Corrosive play into that? Well, yeah, but that's only if there's something nearby. 20 minutes. Yeah, I mean, I guess. pretty much always gonna have it up. What if we went this route and we did Twisted Wounds and said no Sidewinder? So we'd have to actually sit through the reload. Obviously this is gonna be a lot worse. I'm just gonna see how bad. This is like our old setup for crit stacking, where we would run yeah, with a little bit of fire rate, so just bleed. It's not gonna be good, but we'll see. That's a fair assumption. Yeah, that's a good call. Didn't actually even think about that. Yeah. The actual damage is okay, but the sustain is not good just because of the reload speed. Ugh. Half Sidewinder is still looking the best. So the trick to the Bulldog is we got to figure out ways to bypass the reload. Now, obviously Sidewinder does that. Is there anything else we could? Artful Dodger is not going to work just because we're going to lose all our damage going Artful Dodger, so not even go that way. So it's what else do you do with Bulldog? The previous version was great. I probably should have saved that actually. Running Gunslinger and I think we're still running infinite damage on Bulldog with hidden power and this. I think it's this setup. Yeah, like, that DPS is pretty good. I do think that has enough to stand on its own. What's the last ring? So we're running Leaking Gemstone, which allows mod generation. You know what? Actually, I don't know if we need Leaking Gemstone. This is what you use to sustain like corrosive rounds in Deathbrand. And so you're just generating mod power while you're using your mod, which is why I was able to run corrosive mods right like again as soon as I ran out. But I wonder if we could take off. You don't really want to get rid of handling, not with the shotgun. I wonder if I can get rid of chakra and put on insight to get more mod back. I don't think that's gonna work actually. Six seconds on the mod's pretty good. Maybe insight might work. I wish I could filter for reload. I have to use the toolkit because the tags in the game are not good. So let's see what's on reload. So Gunfire Security Lanyard, not good enough. Gunslinger Charm is what I'm using. Devloop does not refresh Sidewinder, unfortunately. Where is it? That would be a sweet option. if I can get a proc. Okay, well, it could just not proc while it's active anyway, so maybe the fire rate and the amount of bullets are throwing out is not good enough to run Devour Loop in the first place. Okay, so I went through 2 of them, and it didn't even trigger. I'm not even going to rely on it. Even if it did, it's not going to be reliable. You don't shoot as much. But anyway, so with Sidewinder, when you triggered the reset for Devoured Loop, since the Sidewinder is active, for whatever reason, it doesn't actually refresh it. You have to wait till it's off cooldown for it to trigger. And then that sucks. I'm running haste with the light consumable, so I'm not really worried about that. You can run Anastasia's, but I was trying to just figure out other ways to bypass the reload speed. Not necessarily, you know, I could just run Outcast Ring too, but anyway. Let me look at the items thing, see if there's anything here that would be great for reload speeds. Momentum is really good. 20% crit, 20% crit damage. I don't think there's a better mutator to run. Yeah, I don't think so. Bandit's the only option, but you're still gonna hit that reload. You don't have enough fire rate to upkeep 1,000 cuts. You have to have a fast automatic weapon for that. Yeah, there's really not too many ways to bypass the reload. At least not like in an adequate way. So, okay. I don't know. Maybe, I guess, for the time being, Leaking Gemstone's probably still going to be my go-to. Let me see how much mod power I have left for Corrupted Rune Pistol after we're done. So I was able to get, corrosive rounds back, but I didn't really get anything for Deathbrand. So that's not good. So maybe we don't need Leaking Gemstone. Because even if I'm going to go ahead and just let this drain, even if this runs out and I have nothing left, I'm pretty sure within like a clip, I'll be able to get that mod pack. So I guess that does leave us with a free ring slot that we could run Probability Cord for more damage, or even targeting Jewel, honestly, for a little bit more range, because right now we're at 16 meters. We can push that out to 20 meters. Actually, do we have Sniper? No. We probably should have Sniper. I have Sniper, but it's on my mod crit one. This one's got reload speed. Maybe not. All right. So we could do targeting jewel to bring that up to 20 meters. We could just get outcast ring for reload speed. That might help. No, we're doing Sidewinder. Why would we do that? Skill cooldown would be something decent to run. What other options would be good? Oh, how about... Okay, check this out. What if we do Provisioner Ring on a Sidewinder build, right? Like, why would you do that? And then rather than run Hidden Power, you do Twisted Wounds. And then rather than run Gunslinger Charm, we run Abrasive Whetstones. And then that way, Provisioner Ring should be able to refill Rune Pistol in that time that I'm swapping. Okay, so a little over 10k DPS, over 350,000 damage. That's pretty good. And then obviously once we run out of Sidewinder, our build just completely tanks. But I think that's pretty good for a just straight up like Bulldog build. Like, right? It's not terrible. Yeah, so there's plenty of time to dump that and then have Provision to refill it instead. Yeah, like it seems pretty good. Prismatic Driver is fun. No, it's Prismatic Driver is fucking stupid is what it is. There was obviously no testing done with this patch. They're like numbers are just thrown out of here. So I'm gonna go ahead and save this one. I guess I'm gonna put it over my monorail build because I don't really like monorail. And now really quick, I want to compare it to my Coach Gun Sidewinder swapper. Oh, I could run Onyx Pendulum, couldn't I? Actually, I don't know if I could. Because... Dio, what are you doing? Hey, go lay down. I don't think I'm dealing enough damage with Corrupted Rune Pistol to trigger Onyx Pendulum. But anyway, let me try it with Coach Gun real quick and see how this thing works out. I mean, this is still pretty good. A little bit weaker, not K DPS, but you know, it's a thing. Let me see if I can't run Onyx Pendulum on the Bulldog build. So at that point, we don't need Twisted Wounds. We could run something else. What is a good supportive mutator that we could do? I guess just Yeah, we'd have to do base damage. I wonder if Sleeper works. Yeah, I mean AK DPS is good. Like I'm not saying I'm just trying to push it just a little bit. Look, just a little bit. So we'll try Onyx Pendulum on this. Oops. It would help if I started with Brand. Yeah, I don't like that. It takes a while to trigger that. Yeah, alright. That's not gonna work. Okay, so other way is definitely better. So I wanted to make a build with Bulldog now that we have, you know, a decent Bulldog, and I think this is pretty good. So this will be the final adaptation of the Bulldog. Oh, I didn't even put the mark on. Oh, so close to not having to reload. Anyway, yeah, so this does really good damage, so I'm okay with that. I like running Provisioner's Ring so that I can get the free mod slot to keep up Abrasive Whetstone, which is obviously just really good crit damage. I don't know if infinite damage is better. Oh, how much crit do we have? Let's assume that we'll have a mark, so 10% crit from a mark. So 15, 20, 25, 40 with corrosive rounds, 60 with momentum, 75 with relic fragments, 85, 100%. Okay, so then if I have 100% crit, then we can probably run probability cord. Where is that? Not at the top. And we'll see how fire rate compares to that. I mean, that's pretty fucking good. Just saying. Almost 11k DPS over 400k. I mean, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I like that setup. I really do. So I think I will save that, and we'll have that for a new Bulldog build. I'm not going to go out and do like boss rush with any of these builds right now. I just got to fix everything. So a lot of stuff changed today. So I'm going to do that first. But Bulldog is good. Was there any other long gun that got like a good buff for like a range damage build? Someone the range damage character. Bonesaw got inadvertently crippled beyond all belief. They dropped the fire rate down from like 9 to 7. Oh, Spore Bloom. Fucking Spore Bloom. Right. So this thing has to be on Bandit. But what do we do with Spore Bloom? We still have to go Hugs. You can't not hug Spore Bloom. So you just want longevity for sniper? No. What's sniper gonna do for you? I don't think you're gonna get anything out of it. If you're not running longevity anymore, since we don't need the mod duration, I would say either go with Flashcaster, depending on what skills you're running, or movement speed is probably a good option too. Skill duration, skill cooldown actually. You can run skill cooldown and health regen. Revitalize, you could try that one too. I haven't messed with Star Killer yet. No, I've been going through ranged characters first. Mod builds are next. Typewriter. Typewriter got a slight buff, right? Like it's not crazy. Where's my other automatic build? Let me see how Corrupted Savior. I could swap this build 1-for-1 with what you call it, Typewriter. There's just a C. Not that I mark anything. So we're only doing about 7.5k DPS with this. Over 200k. Alright. So let's see. Typewriter. Probably corrosive rounds, and I think I want momentum on this because no, actually the rate of fire is pretty good. I guess 1,000 cuts will work. The problem with running 1,000 cuts is that the reload speed on this thing is so bad. But let's see. Same setup. Oops. Hey, Dio. Dio. Just should be jumping over the baby gate. Stop jumping over that. It's prevent you from doing that. I guess it doesn't really matter. So I'm gonna test the other mod real quick. It's just for twisted wounds. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, this isn't going to compete with Corrupted Savior for an automatic. That way. Okay. So, anyway, I was going to Spore Bloom really quick. Spore Bloom is going to be a sick puppy, that's for sure. I don't really want to do Wormhole Spore Bloom, because I don't think that's where the real DPS is. I think you still want to run Gunslinger Charm for the extra fire rate on Bandit procs. And then we'll go back to Corrupted Rune Pistol, and then reload is really the thing that kills Spore Bloom. It's reload speed. So Outcast Ring is probably going to be a good pickup here, just so we can get up to 25% reload speed. That's really big. Outside of that, I mean, I guess we want damage and spread. Well, to be honest, we actually don't need all that much spread. Like if we have, there we go, grip. I think that grip with Hunter's Focus is enough. What's the range on this? It's still 10 meters. You might want Spore Bloom running Targeting Jewel for the extra range, but I'll show you the spread. It's actually really manageable now because they reduced the base spread already. What would be another good option? Xania's Malice, Braided Thorns. We got Outcast for reload speed. Anastasia's for haste, because that will give us haste. Oh, I'm gonna run haste on the item anyway. It's not the big of a deal. Akari Warband when you're fighting bosses is actually gonna be a good option, so I'd recommend Akari Warband. Pretty easy to keep up on bosses. But I guess for now, we pretty much have our free slot. So let's just put on Targeting Jewel. And then obviously when we're running that stuff, we're going to want Tranquility Font. Yeah, smaller reticle. Oh yeah, we actually can haste ourselves here. Let me do this again. I mean, you could just fucking Spore Bloom shit to death, right? Until we lose Bulletstorm. I can't even see the fucking reticle. Like, where the fuck was it? Is there any reason to run Sharpshooter or Master Killer? Not really. Master Killer is going to be a little bit better than Sharpshooter, but that's only if you consider you hitting weak spots 100% of the time. Where the fuck is the reticle? I don't even think there is one. Is that like a bug? Hold on. I need like a dark thing. Okay. Yeah, there's literally no reticle. Okay. Maybe too much spread. Hi, Freeman. Okay, now I can see the reticle. Barely. It's there, though. It's there. Okay, good luck aiming, right? Okay, so we don't need Targeting Jewel. Like I said, the spread is pretty manageable. Yeah, I don't even have handling on. Like, yeah. So anyway, Spore Bloom is good. But what else will we pair? I mean, I kind of want Targeting Jewel for the range, though. The range is really bad at 16 meters. Reload speed, reload speed. I don't know. Really, Chaos. Wait, this game runs frame gen? I don't think I'm running frame gen. No, I'm not running frame gen. You're running frame gen? Interesting. Now, is Bandit going to be the call, or do we want to run Slayer for the reload speed? Bandit's pretty hot, though. I do love Bandit Spore Bloom. And then I would like to get more crit. There's really not a whole lot of things you could do for crit, unfortunately. I could run Atonement Fold, but not doing much for us. We don't have exposure anymore. I mean, really, Akari Warband's it. or 5% from Atonement Fold. It's not really worth. So I don't really want to run like Probability Core because the crit rate's actually not good on this. Fey Hunter probably would work. Is 25% though? It's 25%, right? Oh, 35%. That's only 3.5 meters though. The targeting jewel is just better. It's a flat 4 meters, and you get the spread reduction. You can run Feeding Tube, but yeah, it's not a huge deal. I guess it's just kind of like a free slot. There's not a whole lot that's gonna do a lot for Spore Bloom, because fire rate's not gonna do anything for you. I mean, not really. Only on Bandit procs if you're gonna run it. But we're gonna try Slayer, but there's just not a lot. I mean, I guess we could just get more damage with Stone of Expanse for now. We could run Flawed Ring too, but you know, that's trap. So this is pushing almost 10k DPS. I think Bandit's the better call, though. The extra procs are really, really big. You know, I bet some skill duration would probably help a lot, too. Yeah, the procs on Bandit are too good. Alright. So, Bandit. K9 damage, River, Disaster. I don't think I actually have Disaster Converter on this character, at least. I don't think I went and grabbed it. Hey, who's barking over there? You want to do so you want to do like gray health setup? Bring the damned. Hey, Dio. Phantom Pain. And then I don't have Disaster Converter, but we'll see this for now. Can I set up my gray health here? I guess we could. Does Ring of Omens remove life in the training area? No. How do I set up my gray health? How do people test gray health builds in the training area? Crit chance, crit damage. I guess I could just eat jerky. Oh, broken heart. That's a good thing. Oh, I have leech on though. Kind of killing myself here. Let's try this. About 11k DPS. Didn't really seem any better though. I guess you could run Restriction Core too, but run damage. Let's see. 11k. And then I had Braided Thorns and generic damage. Definitely hits harder. This one just reloads faster, obviously. Well, I wouldn't say obviously. But, yeah, Gunslinger Charm helps. Do you get long bandage chains if you go heavy fire rate? No, it doesn't matter at all. It's just RNG, man. Have I tried Skewer and Prismatic Driver? Not yet, but I know Prismatic Driver is absolutely bonkers. I was just trying to figure out some ranged builds real quick. I'll move on to mods, but obviously don't get too comfortable with Prismatic Driver. There's no way they're gonna let that slide for so long. Like it's one of those things where they just obviously threw numbers without testing it, and then like, oh yeah, it's kind of broken, so it'll get nerfed, just like, you know, Unbridled with Starshot. 12% damage seems like just a huge waste, but there's really not much of a better option. So I'll just say that's like a free ring slot because it really doesn't change much. Let's see, does Probability Chord do any better? Probability Chord hits pretty fucking hard though. Yeah, no bandit procs. Haste is good. Haste on bandit. Yeah, alright, whatever. I'm just gonna say it's a free ring slot. I don't think there's like a whole lot you can do to swing up one way or the other. The Grey Life setup works great. You can definitely run Grey Life setup if you want to risk doing it that way. You can run a defensive ring. You can run skill duration. Actually, don't. That's a stupid ring. You can run skill cooldowns. Stuff like that definitely helped keep the sustainability up after the first 300k mark. So I'm just going to say free ring slot. And then I'm going to put that one. I'm going to replace Coach Gun. Coach Gun has fallen off. Anyway. Okay, so none of my other range builds run Nebula, so we took off Nebula. We don't have any of those on. We have Spore Bloom and Bulldog setups now. Not much changes there on the hug side, so let's move over to mod builds real quick. Yeah, it's Sharpshooter. Double MO also doesn't work on single shot weapons. Okay, so flip in Prismatic Driver. I know It's silly. That's 900 mod power. How much is skewer? 850. All right. Now the other question is, can you sustain it? So I think with this setup, I'm running Wrecking Ball. Why do I not know it? There we go. And obviously we don't want Wrecking Ball, but just for looksies. Actually, I don't think we want Burn the Follower. Well, 15% fire rate's not a huge deal, but it is affected by fire rate's the thing for Prismatic Driver. So actually, let's see. What if we did Bullet Weaver? Actually, it's just, let me grab my Anguish build, actually. No, you definitely don't want to run Wrecking Ball, because the only thing that explodes is the actual explosion, like the actual like beam doesn't do anything for you. Prismatic Driver, Skewer, fire rate. Yes, it can weak spot, so I don't necessarily want to put on that, but let's see here. Fire rate, fire rate, fire rate. I'll have haste. And where's cartographers? All right. Okay. Yes, Prismatic Beam does hit weak spots. That's all it is? Wait a minute, people work... Okay. Oh, I have Power Fantasy on this setup. Double mod charges. Double mod charges. More damage. Let's check out double mod charges. Wizard explosive, mod skill, mod damage, swap speed. I kind of want swap speed actually. Okay. Really? It screws up the explosion frequency? I guess you're right. It's more than every 6. That's silly. It used to be good for it. Alright. Well, they gotta fix that. Yeah, I'll run back to feedback on this one. And on Skewer, you run Prophecy. And then we'll do Crit, Chain Reaction, Mod, and Follower. Then you do this setup. Is that all? That's not good. Mat plus 27% fire rate. Let's get rid of the haste. Hey, Theo, come here. Dude, stop fucking jumping over that. Jesus Christ. Wrecking Ball. For that explosion crit. Well, let me see what this is like. 7k DPS is not that great either, especially when you're considering that it's weak spot damage. So I don't have any fire rates. Shit. Okay. So for the lulls real quick, let me check this out and then we'll go to I see. Yeah, you really do have to be on the right frequency. Interesting. Well, I mean, I have infinite fucking mod charges this way, so I mean, I could just do that. So you don't need to run reaction chain at all. That doesn't do anything for you if you want to just do it this way. So hold on. Obviously, we don't want fire rate, so that's not good. We could do Index of the Scribe, and this offhand then becomes effectively free. You probably would want a duration mod or something on to just, I don't know, keep some upkeep. That's better. 7.5k is not bad. Oh, I already know Astral. I have an Astral setup that's like fucking 12k DPS already. So then what if we do... We don't need Power Trip because we don't need the double charges. So what if we went back to Wrecking Ball? Mod damage. We don't have mod crit on this one. Let's see. We don't need swap speed either. I have one that's just like pretty generic. That one's pretty generic. Do I have? I do. All right, let's see. I don't know if my my vendor is still up. 1 second. No. Never mind. Well, I guess I just gotta run this Wrecking Ball real quick. And then we'll see what that looks like. But obviously you can make a better prism. We'll have to fix the prisms later. Interesting that you can't run fire rate though. That does kind of suck. And then secondary mod also needs some help. Is there a better amulet to run? You could run Rita the Vaunt, but I don't think you need that. You could also just run detonation trigger, just for fire dots that way. Harvester bot would be great for keeping leech up while you're doing it, but alright, whatever. Let me just turn this on for now. Yeah, because that always crits, so that's pretty good. So the ideal thing is you're trying to get the explosion damage, not necessarily the beam damage. K9, yeah, you can run K9, Echo Chamber. Echo Chamber is probably a good option too. So what you do with Echo Chamber, because that's going to give you Expose, and then since you have Expose, you can get rid of Destroyer and run Token of Favor, which will give you crit for the beam ticks as well. This setup's actually very low maintenance though. You don't have to like activate a bunch of stuff since you don't want the fire rate. I am running out of mod power though. I guess not. So I mean, you can run Prismatic Driver. I think that's fine. I have probability cord, yeah. If we're doing it this way though, why not just get more crit? And we're gonna take out Braid of Thorns. We're gonna work on just the explosion crit. We don't want, let's fuck the beam. Let's just do the explosion. So how would we do just the explosion? We would need bleed, which I don't think there's a good way to get bleed. Abrasive rounds lasts how long? 10 seconds. That's so funny because you could just go like Twisted Wounds for 20 seconds. But let's see, if we wanted to do crit, you would run Akari Warband for crit damage, because I don't think there's any other like crit damage things. Yeah. So we could do explosions. Oh my god, fucking filters. Explosions not... Fuck. I hate the filters. The filter is such a bait system. Where is Blasting Cap Ring? And you just want big explosion ticks. Volatile charge. I would need a shield. So we go full shield. So if we had 100% shield, you get 20% crit damage. I feel like it's easier just to get bleed on. I think Abrasive Whetstone's a little easier, to be honest. Oh, I do have Disaster Converter. Oh, on this character I do. Short Circuit. Also an option. 10% and skill cooldowns. That might be a good option. And then there's shield on mod use, right? Skill use, spending stamina, relic use, perfect dodge, pickup. Does this work if you use a bunch of ticks? No, because it's not 45 base. We'll work with that only. Okay. Well, then we just need a mod that lasts 15 seconds. Familiar's instant. But it's also not an explosion. I should just run an explosion. Just so I can swap to it and something just blow something up really quick. Alright. Oh. Right. I need a crit, not just weak spot with Twisted Wounds. Probably should have just shot it a few more times. Oh, but of course I didn't activate my mod. I'm so dumb. Oh my god. This is too much stuff to juggle for the DPS because I know it's not even going to be worth it. It doesn't look like the explosions are all that much stronger. 5.8k is not anything. Hold on. Yeah, I don't like this setup. It's too much little stuff to juggle. And we'll just do Destroyer. That's true. I was juggling too many ideas. Almost 9k DPS. And that's on non-weak spots, so it doesn't matter what target you're going against. That's not bad, actually. We just go explosions, and I can fix the prism too. I don't need mod crit chance, not really. Mod damage, explosive damage, and then I gotta fix this thing up, and then I think we could be pumping this a bit higher. Actually, fuck it, I'll just do it right here. Alright. Alright, so first step. I don't think I have I do have amplitude. No, I don't have amplitude. Am I hitting two targets? No, I don't think I'm hitting itself. When it pops, there's only the one big number, so I'm not getting the inflated feedback. I know what you're talking about though. I don't have amplitude on. Yeah, I'm only getting the one hit. Oh, I guess I see what you're saying, because I'm still hitting this target too. You're right. It's not going back on itself. There's some mods that it goes back and you can hit yourself twice, but I know what you're saying. Yeah, yeah. Is there? All right. Well, let me check this guy out real quick. Just because, yeah, I would like to have good mod generation. Ah, so I am losing some. Alright. You are correct, sir. So then, what if we do... Burden of the Follower, but then we gotta buff our fire rate. I could put, let me check and see if the fire rate is good for the triggers, because I could put a Gunslinger one in here. Okay, that looks like it's good bursts. So with the mod generation from Burden of the Follower and getting more fire rate on the Prism, does that offset? I'm losing a little bit. Okay, but I mean it's barely dropping. So that's Burden of the Follower. So what if we run Cartographers instead, and then went back to damage, which is going to feed back into, well, feedback. Nah, so that's losing me a bit more. Okay, so Burden of the Follower is definitely the way to go. And then you just compensate your attack speed with fragments, or haste even. We have potency. Okay, so that fire rate's actually causing it less bursts, even just being a little bit over. It's kind of inconsistent, and I'm still not generating enough mod power. Alright. So, yeah. Fire rate, move that down. We could do that. That's not a bad option either. Let me see how long this lasts, because I feel like if whatever you're shooting, whatever boss it is, isn't gonna last anyway. Nothing's gonna last this long. I don't think you need to run chain reaction. Now the other thing we can do is, rather than run Wrecking Ball, we can try running Power Fantasy and balancing our crit. What is my fire rate? Minus 5%. Minus 5%. All right. Yeah, but what mod are you going to use? Because you have to have all the time with Prismatic Driver holding it down. Like, there's not much that you can get out of occasionally throwing another mod out. I mean, I would say Heatwave is a decent one. Ring of Spears. I guess some quality of life somewhere. I just don't think there's a whole lot. Let's see here. 9k DPS. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good. 9k DPS with no weak spots needed. We just do the explosion side. Now, can I get 5% fire rate from something? Just so I can... Well, oh, let me see if I have haste on. I have plus 2%. Plus 2%. Does that really fuck it up? I don't think so. Something was falling off there. It's so weird. Like the bursts are so inconsistent. Maybe it does mess it up. Huh. Just being a little bit over 2%. Shielded shot. I mean, yeah, you could run that for sure. Let's see. I want like 5% fire rate somewhere, or 15%. Fucking follower. Burden of the follower. I need that mod generation though. I have insight. I need. Oh, I don't need chakra. That's for sure. Feedback. I definitely need feedback. There's really not a whole lot of ways to get just a little bit of fire rate. Yeah. All right. So. I think minus 5% is kind of where we're gonna have to be at. Leaking over follower. You have so many good ideas, Freeman. Does it count as an active mod? I guess it should. And then we'll have to take off our 10%, which we have from Gunfighter. I'll need to take off Gunfighter. Well, let's see how the mod sustains at least. Well, it's actually not going to be good if it doesn't trigger properly. Yeah, it's definitely not triggering as much as it should. And, yeah, Leaking Gemstone's not sustaining this either. Alright, yeah. Not quite. Good idea, but not quite. I think this is kind of going to have to be the setup. Does the Spirit Stone and Mod Gen Fragment work? Spirit Stone would work, and I do have the Mod Gen Fragment. Not the second one, but I don't think I need another one right now. Like, that's holding up pretty good. Ooh, white pawn stamp. Like 9.1k, 9.2k. This is pretty good DPS. Alright, white pawn stamp instead of follower. I really wish we had the reduced mod cost fragment. I'm really sad that we had lost that. Okay. Now my fire rate's still gonna be messed up, but nah. You really need. It's gotta be follower. Unless you can get 30% mod gen elsewhere without sacrificing too much. I can get 10% through mod gen fragment here, and then replace this with spirit. Isn't there another mod gen fragment? Or a mod gen ring? Does that just straight up fucking murders you? Yeah, the fire rate has to be fucking perfect, which is insane. And I could test that, but even though it's not perfect and I'm getting off sync, it's definitely falling off pretty hard. But let's try with just 20% flat mod gen. Yeah, you're right. That one looks a bit more promising. Yeah, I'll remove Gunfighter. Let's see here. I gotta do all this stuff. I was doing this before that Power Fantasy on. But alright, let me move Gunfighter and let's see. What should I replace Gunfighter with? I have Sapper, Wizard, Mage. Sapper, Wizard, Mage. I don't need longevity, skill cooldown, maybe. There's nothing for... Oh, meta? I can do meta and then get rid of crit damage. Let's do that. Hang on. I think crit damage can be... So, Gunfighter... Oh, well... I guess it doesn't matter. I'm not hitting weak spots anyways. That's kind of a waste. Is there anything else that would work? I have Sapper. I don't want fire rate. I have mod skill explosions. I don't think there's anything really that's going to be helpful, so I guess I could just put on like Revitalize or something. Alright. Prison. Just copy that. Let me just grab Revitalize. So I can test this out. What are we on? Greed. Alright. Alright, so no fire rate. So fire rate's at +10. Why is that +10? Oh, I might have to quit and come back. Okay, no fire rate increase. Okay. So with no increased fire rate, we are flat 0. Let's see white pawn stamp ring. It does hold up better, but it's still falling off a lot faster than Follower. But that's not bad. That's not a bad option. Now, White Pawn Stamp and Mod Generation. I lose 10% damage. That's looking a lot better. It's roughly similar DPS. Maybe a little bit less. Alright. But, alright, not bad. So, Pawn Stamp, 10% off. Spirit Stone. And then I'm going to try Cartographers as well. This one's definitely not holding up as well. Alright. So. Yeah, the health drain literally just kills you. Would you stop jumping that gate? Hi, Alejandro. Dio, you don't need to go. I really wish we had better mod gen items. We have one that's 30%. And we can go Burden of the Mariner. That would require me having my minions out. But maybe that's the right call, just because it doesn't affect our fire rate, which is obviously a huge deal with Prismatic Driver. Yeah, I think maybe we'll give that a try. I mean, it still drops, but it's really slow. I still have 20 charges and I'm 240k through. Like with 300k, I still have half my charges at 9k DPS. I think that's okay. I know, right? First fucking Burden of the Mariner. I think, and also I have the Fey Needles I can use as well. So if we do Fey Needles. I mean, yeah, that's a build. You just hold down fucking trigger. This is pretty much 100% uptime. I'm going back to 29. It's got enough that you can definitely get through, you know, any boss. with 9k DPS, 9.2. I think this is it. I don't think we're gonna get much better than this. Crit, 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 explosions, fragments, crit, crit, mod explosion, mod crit. Harmonizer on second gun. Do you think that's gonna be enough damage just to put it over the edge? Could be. Theo, stop jumping over the gate. I'm coming. Oh, you know what? I got another idea. I mean, it's technically enough. Yeah. What if... Well, the bleeding... I know the shot obviously will, and it'll apply some damage back on this, but... Skewer kind of better than Helix or Starshot swapping if you're not running 100%. Okay, I don't know what any of that has to do with this setup, but why? Well, I mean, yeah, Skewer's gonna have fucking double the damage now. Skewer is so insane. I don't even know if you would run Explosion on Starshot now. Honestly, I don't even think Starshot's all that good anymore after that dot nerf. Like, it's kind of eh. What was I thinking? I was thinking something else. Just random thought. Okay, sorry. I thought you were trying to, like, input on this, and I got really confused. But, yeah, dude, Skewer is crazy good. I'll show you guys, like, my Skewer build in just a second. It's just Mod Swapper with Skewer, but I had an idea, and I forgot what it was. It was to give mod power back. Oh. Double mag Bulldog over Sharpshooter. I tried it. Sharpshooter's too good. The problem with the Bulldog, though, like, it's good because you don't want to reload with the Bulldog all that often, but you can bypass the reload by running Sidewinder, and then the mag size doesn't matter at that point, and you're losing like 60% damage. You can do it for sure. Sharpshooter's just a little bit better. You run the double charges with Starshot. Yeah, I mean, I was doing that too, but now that it doesn't get any scaling off of it, it kind of doesn't feel as good anymore. But I haven't played with it since it got nerfed, so I'll have to see. What I wanted to do is get a handgun with higher base damage that could generate more mod power, that had a decent mag size, that didn't obviously already have a mod attached to it, because I think that could work. And I think Magnum's like the only thing. So if we do Magnum, Abrasive Rounds, and Harmonizer, I think that one hit from Magnum should give me enough mod power to sustain it. I fucked up my thing. Also, I don't like Abrasive Rounds because this bleed only lasts 10 seconds, whereas Twisted Wounds lasts 20. But this one also has to be on a crit or a weak spot. Now I'm overthinking this bleed thing. I mean, I could put Affliction on, obviously. I could just do that, and it's not a big deal. Let me just do that really quick. Oh my god. Put on the right one. game explodes. So if we do Affliction literally just for bleed, and we do Spirit, we don't need Chakra. Insight. I don't want Amplitude right now, just so I can check my explosion damage and mod generation on hitting one target. But let's try this. I mean, that's enough to sustain it. It's not going anywhere. At 9k DPS. Yeah, I mean... Alright. I'm gonna say that's pretty good. I don't know. Might be able to, like, nitpick, min-max something here or there, but I think that's okay. And then I'm probably gonna want potency. Oh, that was also without fairy needles. So, yeah, I think we're good. So let's go ahead and put on our bulk. Oh, I guess that's it, huh? Those are 20 points. All right. I think that's pretty good. I think that's a pretty good prismatic setup. So, really, it's about as good as Anguish would be at peak. So I think Anguish gets about 6 something K, and then at 50%, obviously it's going to scale up to like 9k. So let's see. Oh, I have to change Sandstorm then. Forgot. And the mod duration is going to be off. I got to change this build around. Okay. Yeah, so that's about 6k DPS, which obviously is going to go a little bit harder. But, you don't need mod duration. Oh, I didn't have fire rate on here. Oh, because I'm running this same prism. Wrecking ball. Did I not have another... Okay. Yeah, it's really bad. Sadistic. I'll have to change that one. Melee. Why do I have this one? Alright, I'll change this one. I need Sapper, Gunfighter, and I don't need Wizard, so hold on. So for Anguish, Sadistic compare. Oh, I haven't really done Sadistic yet, but honestly, I think Sadistic's a bit better. Okay, so we want Gunfighter. I don't need. If we're gonna do Anguish with crit, we don't. Wrecking Ball, we don't need crit. So we want Mage. We want Sapper. We want something else, because then crit damage can be the last slot. Revitalize, Flashcaster, Tank. Maybe Hulk. So I don't want mod duration anymore. I guess I could just get Hulk for fucking DR. I mean, who doesn't want DR? Nothing else is really gonna help Anguish. Yeah. Alright, so this one needs to be that. So this is Pride. So give me uno momento. Did you do that? Okay. Pride. Okay, so we want Gunfighter. So we don't want Rogue. We want Gunfighter. We want Mage, which we have. Sapper. For some fat DR. Sapper, Mage. Fragment Speed. Rogue. Hulk. Oh, cast speed. Okay. So this can be critical damage, and then Hulk is going to be this, because we're not going to do weak spots anyways. And critical damage. And then we want Wrecking Ball. Okay. Sapper, Hulk, Mage, Gunfighter, critical damage, Wrecking Ball. Okay. Quick, come back. It's a cheat engine table you can get online. Okie dokie. So, we'll do that with fire rate, crit damage, mod damage, or explosive damage. Doesn't really matter. Might as well do mod because you do the little darts. And then we have to get rid of Monolith now because we don't need that. Yeah, like you can literally just get, it's literally just a cheat engine table. You can literally Google it and pick it up. So it sucks. So I was doing the thing where I made my 4 characters with 7 prisms, and I got through about 21 of the prisms by hand grinding it out, and then this thing came out and I was like, oh, I'm just gonna fucking finish them up that way. So I did like the last tank character through that. Alright, so support weapon for Anguish. We can use long guns for support, which is kind of odd. Usually it's not what we get. We could run like Thorn for trash clear. Thorn Detonator is a great setup for not having to worry about killing yourself, because it can't kill yourself. And you can just do this. The damage is piss, but honestly, just because it clears trash and it targets stuff, like it's really good for trash clear. So you can do that if there's not anything that's going to directly increase our damage with Anguish, which I don't really know if there is. We can just kind of look at like a dumbfire mod maybe, but kind of like Prismatic Driver, you're going to hold down the trigger the whole time, so you're going to want a mod that you can't like manage. You just fire and forget, which Heat Wave is the best thing that comes to mind. Ring of Spears will work. Oh, you know what? You can run Ring of Spears, Shielded Strikes. So you can get shield on your build. Tainted Wounds. But shields. A way to get haste would also be great. Well, I guess we're just drinking for haste, but... we also don't want chakra anymore. So we want Siphoner, Insight, Spirit. And just do Amplitude. Now, Amplitude is gonna kill yourself with Anguish. Unfortunately, it does happen. Tank, because who needs to move, right? Footwork might be the thing that we get to put on then. Alright. I don't think the spear is actually going to reach. But, yeah, it'll have to be for something up close. But at least you could get shields. The problem is, it's only good against things up close. And if things are up close and you're using Anguish, you're going to have a bad time. So you can do that for a support mod. Or Harvester bots even, actually. Harvester bots might be a better option because then you just get just more leech. That might be a go-to. Alright, let's see here. Obviously the leech isn't going to help here, but I just want to check the damage out. Man, no monolith sucks. I really missed that exposure. 5.6k? Anguish took an indirect hit because of no Sandstorm. You can run Sandstorm, but I don't think the damage is going to be all that good. Yeah, because no exposure. Yeah, you lose about 300 DPS, which is about right. That kind of sucks. But I guess, you know, you're free. You could just run Harvester bots now. Get some leech back. Fire rate. Bullet Weaver, 15 seconds, 15 seconds. Yeah, I mean, poor Anguish, right? No more monolith. I mean, any other good idea for Anguish? I think nanobots is not a terrible option. Did you play Guild Wars 2? No. I was really into Guild Wars 1 as like a kid when I was like 9, but I never really got into Guild Wars 2. Oh, I lost potency when I redid my traits. Maybe I want potency just so I can get more haste and fire rate. Is there any other way I can get more fire rate on my ring? Propulsion loop. No, not really. No. Haste would be the only other option, but I'm gonna run haste items. No, Blasting Cap's not multiplicative. I think it was at some point, but I think they fixed that. It's just 15% damage. Oh, yeah, Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter Remnant's like 99% of what I've done on my channel. Wild Hearts we did for a while. I did some Dauntless for a while. More Monster Hunter-esque games, really. Might as well use Destroyer over Blasting Cap. There's no reason not to. The needles will do like 3 more damage. I don't know if there's much else we can do for Anguish. We got all the fire rate, crit, mod damage. Oh, I had mod damage. Oh no, because I don't need mod crit. Because I have Wrecking Ball. Mod damage. Mod gen. Explosive damage. Yeah, I mean, I can't think of anything else to do for this, but basically we lose Sandstorm, but we get a bunch of Leech, so yeah, it's about as good as it's gonna get. Okay, so for reference, since we're gonna do I have 2 Wrecking Balls. Okay. We have 2 Swapper builds, so we're gonna have Explosive Swapper and non-explosive Swapper. So Explosive Swapper is pretty easy. It's just Dead Point and Helix. And this pumps almost 10k DPS. Oops, if I don't fuck it up. I gotta not mess it up. But it's like 10k DPS, okay? Yeah, I'm dropping it. I'm trying to be too hasty. But we want to do non-explosives, so we got to get off of Wrecking Ball and probably do mod gen, Jack of all trades. We need to get more damage essentially, because like, so let's just take essentially no legendary prism because we're gonna run non-explosives. Let's do skewer, and where's my magnum? Astral Burst, I guess. Oh, you know what? I forgot. I did this differently. No Gambler, because we're not running all crit. And then we actually want fire rate. That's what we actually want here. I'll have to get... This is fire rate. Fire rate, crit damage, and mod crit. And then we have to put on Burden of the Mariner again. And actually, I don't even think we need that. We might, but I don't think so. Spirit Insight. I will have to look at that. But anyway, so the reason why we want fire rate is because we could do this. Because that scales up fire rate. So anyway, you want to go faster. And so that was with, like, no rings on. So the mod damage is good, but you can do better. Now, obviously, we would probably want to run Xania's Malice for... We're doing weak spots with this, so it's non-explosive swapper. And then... Fire rate... We could just run infinite damage, or we can run haste, which, I mean, we're going to have haste, so... I know, it looks like a weird setup. But I think this is the way to go. I'm going to have to grab potency. So anyway, 10, 11k DPS, which is more than the other setups. Try to think. It sustains itself pretty well with just reaction chain. Like, you don't need a whole lot of mod gen or anything. I have Spirit and Insight, but that's it, I think, as far as mod generation goes. Oh, I do have mod generation fragment on there. But anyway, swap speed would be a good thing to do if you want to run, like, meta, actually. I think meta instead of Hulk on this setup. And then you do swap speed instead of crit damage here. And then that'll help you out some more. But you definitely want fire rate. Bullet Weaver? Oh, you know what? Bullet Weaver. And feedback. That might be even better. Losing a little bit of sustain. The damage is very good, though. And that's on weak spots, obviously. Actually, I'm curious what would it look like if you went non-weak spot. And again, this is with no legendary fragment. Like, I have Wrecking Ball on, which does nothing for the build. Like, you could put on Jack of all trades, or what would 1, 2? If you did Prismatic, so you have meta in here. So you'd have 1, 2, 3, 4. You might in some moments you might just want to run whatever the Prismatic one is. Trying to think. No weak spots. Probability cord. Why is it, like, better? It's not quite, but... So this is with no weak spots. I think Astral Burst is like the best fucking mod in the game, to be honest. I actually want to see what is Rot Arrow looking like right now. That's kind of cool, actually. Not quite as good. Let's see. I wonder with double mod charges if this would feel better. Alright, so not quite as good. Rot Arrow without Gambler. Yeah, it doesn't quite flow the same. They don't regen enough. Alright. I like Rot Arrow, but I don't know, it always seems outclassed. It's cool though. Definitely a cool thing. Yeah, dude, Astral Burst is so flipping good. Oh, hey, Tragic, what's up? Astral Burst is amazing. I think I like doing non-weak spot version more, to be honest. Oh, actually, I didn't have Xania's Malice on. Let me put Xania's on. Let's see. How can we do this with Xania's? Yeah, it still doesn't quite rotate as well. I think Skewer is the better option instead of Rot Arrow. But yeah, well, yeah, without kinship, the same with the Anguish, man. Like, you're just gonna blow yourself up. The extra 4-meter radius for the explosion on that's definitely gonna get you killed if you're running Amplitude. That's why you run Skewer, because Skewer can't hurt yourself. So it's a lot safer to do it that way anyway. So obviously, you know, 11, 12k DPS, but that's with always hitting weak spots, which when you're fighting a boss, that's not going to be the case. So, which is why I was kind of testing it without doing weak spot damage, just running like Gambler on it and just seeing how it feels. And I mean, you can still hit about 10k, which is pretty good. I have to go back and test and change all my builds now, since I gotta shift away from the Monolith Nebula meta and start using other weapons for a change. So I'm just going back and testing all my old stuff and kind of updating them for this patch. So that's what I'm doing, as well as testing stuff at the same time. So yeah, no weak spots. It's still about 10k DPS as you're shuffling through it, which is a lot. It's a lot. And this is safer because you're obviously not going to kill yourself like you would with Anguish or explosive swappers or anything like that. So the safety is excellent. So honestly, I think I'm going to go with a non-weak spot version. Oh, I already did the Prismatic Driver Punisher. I'll just save this for now. I think it's this setup. Yeah, so I do bleed Prismatic Driver because you have to keep your fire rate precise. Oh, and I'm running Mariner, so I have to turn off my minions. And then this goes for about 9k DPS. So the swapper builds are a little bit stronger, but this one works too. You just have to maintain bleed with this. Obviously, you don't have to run bleed. I just wanted to run bleed. I don't really know what else to run with the offhand anyway, but that works. And this is pretty much full sustain. But to be fair, I mean, yeah, it's insane, but it's not any better or worse than like the 4 other mods builds we were already running before. Like, it's great, but the old explosive swapper was doing 9-10k DPS. The Anguish build at 50% life against the boss, you're doing 9-10k DPS. So like, it's up there. It's still too much in my opinion, but it's not like it's crazy compared to some of the other things we've been using. Astral Burst, though, that's a different story. Astral Burst is a little crazy. It's just so much damage, and it's safe. So anyway, so we did make 2 builds. Oops. With Prismatic Driver, Astral Burst, updated Anguish. Oh, Void Light. Forgot, Void Light's a thing again. So Void Light got fixed, so it works in boss fights. So I've been trying to see if Void Light, Starshot Swapper. Oh wait, this is my explosive swapper. Anguish, Sparkfire, World's Edge, Earth and Meridian. That's explosive swapper. Oh, I erased my my Starshot swapper. All right. Well, I mean, the trap is the extra burst that's coming out. It's the same thing as the trap. But yes, it does shred mobs, especially when you have AoE on. It's just insane. I like the trap effect that Skewer has when you put it on the ground, but it only lasts like 10 seconds, and sometimes it feels like if you're trying to set a trap, you kind of need more time. Because if you can get someone to hit that within 10 seconds, most of the time you can probably just hit the enemy anyway. So I wish it lasted a little bit longer, but... Anyway, Void Light is another mod that got fixed that I wanted to use, and I think we were running Power Trip. Yeah, something like this. Power Trip, Swapper, Void Light, Big Bang, Feedback. Now that the dot on Big Bang got nerfed, it's no longer, you know, obscene, but... So that still hits for about 12k, which is pretty good. We just have to sustain... So, because the thing about Void Light, especially when you're testing here in the training area, is that all the little bubbles from Void Light are hitting other targets, where in a boss fight, they're going to all hit the one target. Like, I think this will work out pretty good in a boss fight, because the tooltip DPS is not going to be what it's actually doing. So that's why I made more characters Punisher. That's why I have 4 characters, like, for each different type of play style, because I needed the loadout slots. I have 1 character for ranged, 1 character for mods, 1 character for skills, and 1 character for melee and tank stuff. Was that in the notes? Oh, not in the notes? Well, take Ronder got capped. I mean, probably because you could throw like 50 of them out. But Voltaic Rondor, I don't like. Yeah, except 1. It's definitely a lot stronger though. That is a lot stronger than it used to be. But the overload damage is still really poor on it. Actually, the shock radius. Does the shock radius increase with amplitude? Hang on. Because they made it much bigger by default. I think it does. It's got a pretty good zap range now. But you do only get 1. So I think one of the builds I had done at the start of DLC 3 is I did a overload character to kind of go with like my electrocutioner melee build, and I was using Enigma for another set of overload, but I think actually with this change I might swap it over to Voltaic Rondor because the range isn't bad, and all I want from the offhand is another stack of overload. So that might be a pretty good change actually. I hate the tracking on a Voltaic Rondor. I wish it was like a little bit like Firestorm or Sandstorm, where it would kind of slowly move towards an enemy and sit on them. That would be fucking amazing. Like I would love the mod if it did that. But that range is pretty good. I'll definitely play with my overload build a little after. But anyway, so that's cool. Thanks for pointing that out though. I didn't realize it capped it at 1, but it is still cool. But anyway, so I think Void Light is also very underappreciated, and I really think that Starshot Void Light can definitely be a thing. I don't know if I need blasting cap for this. Oh, because I had this set up because I was using explosive swapper. But crit, explosive damage, mod damage, meta, firearm, mod damage, crit, firearm, swap speed. I don't think I need that much swap speed. I can probably go mod crit. And then we'll do more crit. And gambler, because we're not going to hit ring spot. I guess the rings, I guess we're probably right. It's follower. See here. Yeah, that's true also. Yeah, during Tickle Fingers. I'll have to update that one too. Alright, so let's do this. It doesn't seem like they're always popping though. Also, I'm definitely losing charges. Oh, because duh, I didn't put on Spirit and Insight. And I definitely want Amplitude and Kinship. And let's go with that for now. Probably help if I put my stuff back on, right? Still not doing the best DPS, but again, this is also against one target, whereas these things would eventually split up and fight, or not fight, go all to like one boss. They feel a little weird to use though. Is Prophecy the right choice for that? Feedback, Prophecy. I mean, they don't do, though they do damage. That's true, because we're not really working with Starshot's explosion damage all that much. We're just using it to feed Void Light, which is not explosives. I don't think it's explosive actually at all. So maybe not Summoner for this setup. You're right. Then what would we do? Alchemist, Ritualist, just for Death Wish. We do get a dot from Starshot for Ritualist. We can try that. That's not terrible. I'm gonna have to try it in bosses. Like, does Boar work on Void Light? Does Boar work on Void Light? I have no fucking idea. How would that interact? I mean, you can stick it to it, apparently. It doesn't give you weak spot damage. Oh, that's because I have Gambler on. Hold on, let's try this again. Nah, it doesn't. It doesn't give it. Yeah, I love stagger resistance from Stone Skin. It's so good now. So, no. Okay, so I'm gonna have to test this on a build, or test this on some bosses, but I think we can give Void Light a try with Starshot. I don't know if there's any other like good multiple use explosions that I can run with Void Light to really get the most out of that. I'm trying to think, but I'm really not coming up with anything in mind. No, both Voltaic Rondor and Witchfire, they have their base damage increased, but the dot damage is the same. So the burning damage is really good. You know, I swear to God, I'm gonna murder you. Why do you keep jumping that gate? Sit down. But yeah, the dot is still pretty weak. Can you put 2 down now? No. Will that with the grenade launcher? Hellfire? That may work. Probably help if I put on Void Light. That's pretty good. I mean, that might work too. Obviously, Pressure Point wasn't doing anything for me here, but if we went with, like, feedback, like a rhythm. That's pretty good. I've noticed that too. Yeah, it does. Hellfire's kind of janky at times. Also, it does that. If you're, regardless of like what stagger you have, it will knock you over. I think if you're stagger immune, you don't, but if you just have like stagger resist 1, then you get knocked over. But this might be a thing to try. Because they both lob in the same arc, so it's a lot easier to do it this way rather than do a star shot in an arc on Void Light. I mean, I kind of like that more than Star Shot, to be honest. Would Summoner do anything for me? Not really. Hellfire dots, Star Shot dots. It's dots with mod scaling. Oh no, that was Forbidden Dots. I think I'm going to can Forbidden Dots. I'm going to overwrite Forbidden Dots. I kind of like that setup more than Star Shot. Yeah, you're right. It does. Sparkfire Nebula, that looks like Spears. Yeah. That is Ring of Spears. Oh, actually, I wanted to test something. Do Night Guards scale with melee? Ooh, they hit pretty hard now. They do not scale with melee. They do not. But they hit pretty hard. Kind of like that. And they're like 30 seconds now. I might replace, for my Ring of Spears build, I might just replace Nebula with Night Guards. They hit faster at melee speed. I don't think so, because they technically have the minion tag. Like, let's see. I think if you put on Cleanse Stone, Soulstone. Soulstone. This will make them better. Because they are a minion. Let's see if they move. Come here, buddies. Five, 6, 371. Yeah, so they lose damage. So they have minion stuff. So you can get attack speed, I believe. Oh no, enrage doesn't work on summonable minions. Yeah, I don't think your melee stuff's gonna work, but let's see here. Soulstone, Soulstone. And let's put on Brawler. 15% melee speed. Melee. Total melee speed. Okay, so. Nah, they don't really look that faster. Nah, they're attacking at the same rate. I just took off like 20%, 25%. You'd definitely notice it. So yeah, it's a minion. You can't scale it with melee at all. Which does suck a little bit, but whatever. Nah, because it's a minion, it's not going to adopt any of your stats. That's probably why Ring of Spears can scale with melee, and Night Guards don't. Oh yeah, they would do some good life steal. They're probably one of the strongest summons in the game now. You get 2 of them? Like, it's pretty good. Alright. So, Ring of Spears build, nothing really changes besides the fact that you lose Nebula, which isn't a huge deal. It's just corrosion. And we get summons to back it up anyway. Wish you guys would attack something. But, alright, so I'll just save that there. Not too much of a change, but I do like Night Guards. I don't know if there's... I mean, I could put on Corrosion rounds or Heat Wave, which would probably fit the ring better, but I think thematically, I think Night Guards work the best. Tennis Elbow? Nice to have a good range summon. Dude, okay, so Familiar. I was really hoping that what they would do with Familiar was either make it bleed, like, you know, bird pecking out your eyes kind of thing, or just allow you to resummon it while it's active. Because right now, it's a duration mod, just like Fargaze or whatever. And so, it does its thing for a duration. It's strong, like, it does fine damage, but I wish that, kind of like Firestorm and Sandstorm, while it's doing its thing, it could regen its mod power, so that once it's done, you can just send it right back out. And then also, you can trigger things that would trigger on mod use, like, you know, consuming mod power, because it doesn't have an animation, and so that saves you a lot of time from having to, like, swap, do the ammo swap thing, and shoot a mod. So it'd be so much better for doing triggering stuff. But, yeah. It's a really cool bird, though. I like it. It's just, it's not, it's got some functional mishaps. Now, Root Lash didn't get changed. I don't think for Spear Lock, any other mod is really going to be all that helpful here. So I think I'm just going to go with Night Guards and call it a day. Now, dots. We have... Oh, shit. Crap. I forgot I was cooking. How long have I been on? 3 hours. Okay. Let me take a short break. I'm going to be right back. I forgot I had my slow roast in the oven. And I'm... My bad. Okay. Yeah, whoops. So the mod I have on the melee is Guts. So, oh, sorry. So this is the Ring of Spears mod, which is all about scaling Ring of Spears and using that as your main source of damage. And Ring of Spears is a melee mod. It does scale with melee damage. So we run Wrathbringer and Atonement Fold, because while you have Atonement Fold on, you're constantly taking damage, which is proccing Awakening from Wrathbringer, which is a player buff to increase your melee damage by 50%. So that's increasing Ring of Spears' damage. And we're also running Guts because it's a melee, Ring of Spears is a melee, and so you actually get the critical chance from Guts on Ring of Spears. And that's why Ring of Spears hits really hard. It's not the best build around, but it is probably the most interesting. Yeah, it's a fun build. All right, so we got to do dots. Dots got a big change because dots are now better with Sadistic. Still don't have a whole lot of stuff that's going to scale our dots, so I think running just bulk and status damage is, I mean, what else do you need, right? But before we were running brutality, and I think we're pushing about 7k DPS with brutality, but that also made us take more damage, of course. So first step is I need to test this with Sadistic now. Now, because we don't have brutality, we're losing 100% damage that's boosted by energized net coil. We're also going to be losing damage from like the actual impact of explosive shot and Way of Kayula, which means that I probably don't need Way of Kayula, to be honest. So, but this is what I had before with, I probably should just put brutality back on, to be honest, but let's see how this is with Sadistic. It's definitely not what it was doing before, so I lost 100% damage. Okay, so that makes sense. That's fair. So, any reason for Sparkfire? Yeah, shotguns, high base damage generates more mod power per hit. And because also Sparkfire has a dot, you can get some mod power back per the dot ticks. So, it's a little extra. Alright, so we're going to be running Sadistic, which means we're going to screw Energized Net Coil, and we're going to go lean full heavy into dots. So we could probably go with Timekeeper's Forfeit and get damage on ourselves. Probably don't need Timekeeper's Jewel anymore. We're going to want to run Ahanate Crystal, though, because we're going to run all the dots. And Invoker's not going to do much for us either, since we're not going to be scaling Way of Kayula. So we could probably do, honestly, Alchemist or Explorer even. Maybe I'll go back to doing like an Explorer build. What are the things that trigger when you take damage? Actually, we should probably fix this first. So, fire, storm, corrosion. Oh, being that we want to scale our dots a lot more, Fanatic might be a good option. Lead. Okay. That looks okay, actually. Let's see here. Where did my damage go? Oh, because I didn't use a relic, because I'm stupid. I'm missing all my Explorer damage. Still not a lot. I thought it would have a lot more DPS. I was doing 7k before. I have Sadistic on. Is that it? Maybe going back to big dots is better. Hold on. Why does this feel so bad? Heat wave. Not that it does anything really. Get rid of Fanatic. And Ahane. We'll do Singed Ring. And all damage. Tempest Conduit. Oh, Tempest Conduit would definitely work. What is that? Is that 10%, 15%? 15%. Okay. Okay. Huh. Yeah, ANC might just be better. I thought we would definitely want to go just more dots and sit on Sadistic. Give me. Huh. So that's kind of a letdown. Hold on. There's got to be 50% chance to deal double damage. Let me check these thoughts out real quick. Yeah, some of those ticks are for 400. Huh. Effectively, it should make every dot deal 50% more damage, which is huge. I wonder if there's an amount of dots that, like, you can't overlap with Sadistic. Hold on. That seems weird to me. So, like, a spritz of this with no buffs on, well, I guess with just the Tempest, is 700 DPS. Okay. Little spritz. Heat wave is, let's say, 1100. 1200. 1200. So this should be about 2k if I throw on a little spritz of fire. But it's not getting doubled from. Let me take that off. That's right. Alright. 450 DPS. 400. Somewhere around there. That is 600-ish DPS. Alright, actually, let's try it at the same time. That seems about right. I don't know, something about it feels really weird when you throw a lot of dots on, like they're not all getting the trigger. Like how? I don't understand how that's only like 2000 DPS. Alright, let me go to ENC again. I kind of wish you didn't have to run ENC. But if that's the case, then we gotta run Timekeepers. And I gotta go back to Red Ring. And I gotta go back to doing just like the few big dots. Why does this feel so bad? My game just like, okay, not quite. Interesting. You can keep, oh, Scavenger. Minus 3% damage. Alright. Yeah, Invoker's not really giving much to me. Why does Sadistic feel so bad still? There's no way it should. Alright, let me start from scratch. There's gotta be something up with this. Okay. Okay. No. Wiki. So the only thing that really affects status damage is status elemental stuff. So there's nothing wrong with the Prism as a base, because there's not really anything that's going to help here. I want Ritualist because I want Vile. For sure, of course, duh. Let's go generic all damage with... Oh, you know what? Maybe I should do Archon so that I can do dots that scale with mod damage. Where's Savior really quick? I gotta check something out really. Let's see here. $259. Okay, 129, 259. Okay. Okay. Let me just see what these dots are feeling like. Still about 5K. Oh, you were using the Hellfire setup? It was so weird. I was playing around with dots when I was at work when the patch hit, and I had them up to like 7K DPS, I thought, and I don't know what I did or why they don't work now. Oops, this one. Because I really liked this setup. but it's definitely a lot weaker than running Brutality. I don't think Invoker's doing me any good. Alchemist? I don't know. I really don't know. Alright, I'm gonna try no ENC. I feel like there has to be something there that we can run. And we'll just do a lot of dots. Like, let's see, where is pressure point? Fire. Heat wave. Heat wave's like the best dot in the game. We kind of have to run heat wave. Oh, you know what? What if we went with overload? Because overload can pop pretty hard. And then what if we did I'll take Rondor with feedback, I guess. Relax. Stormbringer. Yeah, Explorer's the better option. I don't think Invoker does anything for you. So 1, 2, 3, 4 instances of Overload. 5 with Red Ring of Death. Okay. Maelstrom. Does Maelstrom work on mods? Oh, yeah. This increases damage for each unique status effect, but I'm only gonna running 1 though. I don't think that's really gonna help, but I mean it's better than nothing, right? Okay. Pop for $2.99. Pop for $5.99. So 6k ticks. That's not good enough. Can we? I feel like there was something you could do with duration on these. 31. 62. The damage is pretty pathetic though. 53. It's about the same either way. 53. Alright, so that's not gonna work out. Alright, so overload, fun idea, but that's not gonna work. Actually, I'll take Rondor, I might put in more work here. We run with mod damage. I think if I'll take Rondor scales with mod damage still. I'm gonna go all out. No, even less damage. 53. Ugh. Alright. I tried. Overload's definitely not a thing. God, I really want to do dots without ENC. Maelstrom doesn't affect Heat Wave though, right? So 155. No, it does not. Okay. Yeah, but setting up Crystal Staff is a huge pain in the ass. There's gotta be something. 255 over 30 seconds versus 18 over 20, about the same. Scrap shot's really good, but it can't hit airborne targets. Dogwood's being crazy. Dude, oh my god, I'm so kind of disappointed in Sadistic. I thought this was gonna be absolutely bonkers, but I can't figure out a good reason to run Sadistic dots over Brutality. I mean, obviously Brutality, you're gonna be fucking taking a million damage, so yes, there's a reason to run it, but I was hoping that dots would not rely on ENC, but that doesn't seem to be the case. I don't know why like 50% dot damage doesn't seem like a lot. Well, just because their base damages are very low. What if we just do a bunch of dots and no red ring of death, because that's gonna fuck everything up anyway. And we do something else, Singe Ring, probably just Singe Ring. Or we do Ahane Crystal. Fire. Bleed, overload, fire, bleed, overload, corrosive. It could be. Feedback is still giving you 20% of like the single mod power charge back though. Let's see here. Why is just no damage? Oh, because I didn't use my relic again. Because I'm stupid, that's why. Because I'm a big asshole. Still not doing too good. I think I'm better off running Heat Wave and the Fire. Alright. Well, the Red Ring doesn't do good on a lot of dots, because how Red Ring works is that the first dot that you apply gets duplicated. But when you refresh that dot, it doesn't refresh the duplication from Red Ring of Death. So eventually the Red Ring of Death is going to fall off. And another dot that you're throwing around is going to take its place. So it's going to stop taking over the big dots and start duplicating the little dots. And when it does that, then you're losing 10% multiplicative damage on all your dots, and you're not even duplicating a good one. So you actually tank your DPS with Red Ring of Death. Creeping Mist is good. It's not better than running another good dot, but it is a good, especially if you're doing like single dots, like 1 or 2 dots, it's really good. Like I can run Creeping Mist, and then this doesn't matter at all. Ugh, 4 damage. $750 ticks in there is pretty okay, but yeah. Heat Wave. Yeah, I just Creeping Mist myself. That's a thing. I'm gonna send that to Ari. I have Creeping Mist on myself. Interesting. I wonder if we can abuse that for Beyond Hell. Huh. It would help if I used the relic. I don't know, man. I just can't get dots to do a lot. Essentially, yeah. That's typically what I would do for like my Forbidden Dots build, and some of them, and even the setup that I had before with just Heat Wave and Hellfire. The whole point is to hold on to the two big dots in the game, and then let that duplicate with Red Ring of Death. So you're not muddling it with the little dots like whatever, the mutators and the melee weapons and stuff. So if I go back to dots, and I'm going to replace Sadistic with Brutality, which obviously, big downside. But I'm reaching about 5k DPS with Sadistic. Or my game could probably crash trying to swap builds around. It's trying. Yeah, I'm working on dots. Trying to find something out with dots. Well, while this tries and fails to load, I'm gonna go take my roast out of the oven now. Be right back. It's gotta sit for a little while anyways, and yeah, this looks like it crashed, so let's go ahead and delete that. Memory leak. I capped out memory, 54 gigs. Yeah, happens eventually. All right, let's go back. No, it is like 5k. Like, trust me, 5k, plenty of damage. But I always gotta push the envelope just a little bit more. Why am I still in Anguish? No, it didn't save any of the stuff I did. No. All right, whatever. I'll have to go back and fix those. All right, so this is Sadistic. I'm gonna throw on Brutality. Okay, we are on lethargy. Oh, I did that in the wrong order. Oh my God, Caesar. Okay. Lethargy. Brutality. All right, so put Sadistic away for the time being, just because we know it's about 5k DPS. Close out, come back. I want to just verify that if Brutality is only getting 6 something, then sure, Sadistic is fine. But if I'm getting 7 with Brutality, that's a huge damage bump. And that's something that, you know, hey, yeah, it's more dangerous, but you can play around it at least. Those dummies forgive, but they never forget. That's very accurate. Okay. So Brutality, status damage, that's it. I mean, 6.7, almost 7k, that's pretty good. It's not as high as I thought it was going to be. I wonder if going hidden power is better than feedback on that. Spellweaver keeps up with Kayula. It should be... No, it's not 50% additive damage. It should be 50% multiplicative damage. And, I mean, you can see the dots do literally double damage, not like 50% or 100% more damage. It's double damage. But it should be really good. The problem is, like, it's just the base damage of dots are so low that that's why all the dot items in the game are like 30%, 50%, stuff like that. Because the base values are so low that you need so much to increase them. And, yeah. Doesn't feel as good. I mean, yeah, it's about 7k DPS. I mean, that's so much better than running Sadistic. The brutality damage is just, it's everything. It's ENC, it's Way of Kayula, it's so much better. Though I do also like running Hidden Power on the gun. Feels way better. I'm gonna keep that change. I don't know. Look, 5k is fine. We all know 5k dots is fine. I just wish there was something more to do with it. Let me go back to Sadistic. Find Sadistic. I'm gonna try running Band of the Fanatic and try doing low duration, high upkeep dots and see if that does anything. Uh-oh. Okay. Lethargy. No brutality. Okay, automatically took effect. All right. Yeah, it should be a multiplicative damage modifier is the thing. So it's a 50% chance to deal 2 times damage per tick. 2 times damage is a multiplicative, and when they use the X, it's multiplicative. Like as you say, or with Onyx Pendulum, it's 1.2 times damage. 2 times damage is, it should be multiplicative after everything. And the dots do double damage. You can see that on their ticks. It's not plus 100% damage. They go from 163 to 326. It's straight up double damage. It just feels like when you put on all your dots, they're not all getting that chance. Like there's like an internal cooldown on the tick or something. It feels weird. Like it really does. So let's try Band of the Fanatic, Explore, because that's going to be the most damage you can get for your dots. Fuck, even maybe Fragrant Thorn to get exposure? No, I don't think that's going to do anything. Really quick. It's just 171. $186, yeah. Okay. So, Band of the Fanatic, shorter dots. All of our stuff is going to be over very low durations. That's okay. Heat Wave and Explosive Shot are still the... You know what? Why even bother with this? Just get Fire. I'm just going to running Fire. Explosive Shot, Burning, Fire Damage... Heat Wave. It's all fire anyway. Okay. I think it beats Jack of all trades, especially with the 5% nerf. It should beat Jack of all trades now. Maybe mod generation's what I want on this. See, like, that's pretty good. 7K. Okay. Like, that wasn't bad. Hi, Ari. Hey, Ari, I managed to inflict Creeping Mist on myself, and I even had like a status debuff for it. Isn't that weird? Like, it's the effects on the player, too. I wonder if we can abuse that with Beyond Hell with some things. But isn't that, I just thought that was interesting. Okay, so this setup with Sadistic is probably okay. So what if we took off some armor and we got mod generation? Probably need a bit more mod generation, so probably mage instead of protected. Maybe that'll work. Probably. That's probably what it was. That I think I just walked out of the training room and walked back in, but I could have unequipped it. Yeah. Mage. So we're running lethargy, so rather than protected, I'm gonna have to get off soon. The dogs are annoying me. So we do that. Okay, so now you have mod power. We have 20% more mod power. We've got some mod damage. Let's get more mod damage. Why not? We have hidden power on Sparkfire, which is turning out to be great. I don't think I need Spell Weaver on Hellfire because I was using that to get Way of Kayula back. So I might move back to Feedback. Or actually, Maelstrom's probably better in that case. Okay. And we still want Javelin with Stormbringer. We need the Corrosion for extra damage and reduce resistance. Okay. So, let's see this. Oh, cast speed would probably be a good thing to put on the Prism too. Oh, but it's also not giving me back my Death Wish. Gotcha, that's why I had it. But, I mean, that's some fat DPS. That's much better than before. That's a lot better. Okay. So short duration, Band of the Fanatic, Fire Dots seems okay. Okay. So maybe I get Flash Caster so I can get some. Start taking off some of the tank and get like duration and Flash Caster for cast speed. Otherwise, I think that was pretty good. We have Spirit. We don't have Chakra, but I don't really need Chakra. It's just Heat Wave. Insight might be okay. I don't think Explosive Shot scales with mod damage like other dots. Let me find out. So 357, 714, and that's with no Explorer buff. No, it does not. Okay. So that's not bad. It's not bad. Is there any other things I could do to fine tweak this? Gifted. Probably want Gifted for well durations and Death Wish since I'm not going to be able to maintain it since I'm not running Spellweaver. Actually, fuck Maelstrom. I'm going to run Spellweaver. And then I want Cast Speed. So Flash. Stats effect damage. Yes, I'll get Flash instead of Tank, and then I'll get Longevity. No, I think I'll just get rid of Tank and put Flash on and call it a day there. Okay, so now we get a little bit of cast speed, and I could probably do That's probably fine. I want the cast speed for the wells, because the wells are pretty slow. I have Red Ring of Death on. Why is my damage? Oh, because I didn't use a relic. Duh. I always forget that whenever I'm testing stuff out here. Is explore relic use. I like this setup, actually. AK DPS on dots with not having to run brutality seems pretty good. AK over 500k damage. I mean, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. It's better than it was before. That's a good point, Hellfire. Yeah. Less mod damage. Less chance to blow up and not spread. So then for the traits, I don't want Amplitude, obviously, because I don't want to kill myself, which sucks because that means that Ritualist isn't going to spread as much. The Vile. But I do want Gifted, I think. Flashcaster. Flashcaster would go a long way. Didn't use my relic, but yeah, okay, so anyway, the fire damage seems good. I like this. I'm gonna replace my other build. No brutality. So we got more damage, and we don't have to have brutality anymore. So we don't have to sit on... Is that why I have damage? Because I replaced it and I didn't log out, and so I still have brutality on? that's exactly what it is. It's fucked up. No, I ruined it. I was like, why is my damage reduction so low? I slept brutality on. So I didn't log out. I just checked that the dots did their thing. Yeah, so now my DR's up. Yeah, alright, well I just lost all my damage. Yep, and there it all goes. That's what I get. Yeah, lingering legendary. I didn't log out. It's funny because like putting on Sadistic and apply it right away, you can see the damage change, but it didn't take off brutality. Alright, so we're back down to 6k damage, which I guess without having to run brutality isn't terrible. If I had a way to sustain Hellfire more, like the explosive shot, I think we would be in a much better position. I just don't really see a way to do that unless I were to go to mods. No, it's gonna be bad. Alright. I got some other builds to fix. I don't think 6k DPS on the same setup is bad still, especially because I got rid of brutality. I lost 1,000 DPS, but we also gained, you know, 40% DR, which is pretty fat. Is there anything I could do to change that? Well, I really need to like get flat base damage boosts, that's for sure. I wonder, for giggles, how does Miasma do? Well, Miasma actually is not going to have any dot duration because I'm running Band of the Fanatic. So that's not going to work out at all, actually. Yeah, it's already fallen off. Alright, never mind. I need better sustain for explosive shot. Feedback would help, but then I'm never getting Death Wish back. Let's try feedback damage anyway. I hit myself. Yeah, because now I'm not getting Death Wish. Blah. Archon doesn't increase these dots damage. Would love it if that were the case. Could. Starshot's too risky. So what it does affect, yeah, it doesn't affect the good stuff, but it will affect Savior, and it will affect Starshot. Granted, Starshot's not in a good position right now, so probably don't really care about that. It's probably better to do like Hidden Power and or even just fucking Searing Wounds. And then maybe Starshot. Let's see here. Because these will scale with mod damage. That falls off pretty hard. Eh. Hidden Power reloads your weapon if it's stowed for like 4 seconds or 2 seconds actually. Yeah, 2 seconds. So obviously I'm not charging this, but it would just be to spread burns. But it's like back up. Yeah. No bueno. I think this is probably going to be the best setup that I can do without branching back into brutality. Alright. I gotta fix all my other builds on this character, but I gotta get going. It's fucking been on for four hours now. I gotta eat dinner, so. Alright. Tomorrow, I think I'm gonna, when I get off work, I'll try and stream, and I will start doing boss rush, testing out stuff. I got a couple other builds to work on, but I'm gonna try and do that at work. I gotta update a lot of stuff. But we did Bulldog builds, Oh, I didn't do Star Killer yet. What other long gun did we do? Oh, Spore Bloom. Bulldog Spore Bloom. We did Prismatic Driver, explosive mod swapper, Void Light Starlight, and Dots. So we did kind of a lot, actually. But anywhoozles, I'm going to get out of here. Thanks, people, for hanging around. I appreciate it. Sorry I don't stream on a regular schedule, but, you know, it is what it is. Work-life balance, all that stuff. So I might be on tomorrow. We'll see. Peace. See ya. Goodbye.